It is said that children inherit chromosomes from their parents. How do parents distribute chromosomes to their children? To form a fetus, an egg from the mother and sperm from the father come together. The egg and sperm each have one half of a set of chromosomes. The egg and sperm together give the baby the full set of chromosomes. So half the baby's DNA comes from the mother and half comes from the father. What's on the Y chromosome handed down from father? Pfizer, https www.pfizer.com news article. Among the many things parents hand down to their children are 23 pairs of chromosomes. Those thread-like structures in the nucleus of every cell containing the genetic instructions for every person. We inherit a set of 23 chromosomes from our mothers and another set of 23 from our father. One of those pairs are the chromosomes that determine the biological sex of a child. Girls have an XX pair and boys have an XY pair, with very rare exception in certain disorders. Females always pass an X chromosome onto their offspring. If the father passes on an X chromosome, the baby will be genetically female, and if the father passes on a Y chromosome, the baby will be genetically male. During that process of sexual reproduction, those two inherited chromosomes will recombine their genes, meaning that the chromosomes exchange genetic information with each other over the short term. This process of crosstalk means that the son or daughter has combination of traits that are not necessarily identical to either parent, and over the long term that genetic diversity helps to weed out traits that may be disadvantageous to a population. In commemoration of Father's Day, here's a look at the Y chromosome and the role it plays in deciphering ancestry. What's on the Y chromosome? Though a short segment of the X and Y chromosomes are identical, DNA sequence has determined the more than 95% of the Y chromosomes is unique to males, known as the male specific region of the Y, or MSY. In fact, this region is so different from the X chromosome that the often cited fact that humans are 99.9% genetically identical only applies when comparing people of the same sex. Since only men have the Y chromosome, the genes of the MSY are thought to be involved in the determination of sex and development specific to males, including male fertility. This part of the Y chromosome does not recombine sexually with the X chromosome during reproduction, meaning that when a father contributes a Y chromosome to the process of sexual reproduction, most of the genes on that chromosome don't mix with the genes on the X. In genetic terms, they are passed on asexually, while genetic recombination allows for the expression of diverse traits in offspring. The mostly linear transmission of the Y chromosome is not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, that trait has allowed scientists to understand the history of male ancestry using the Y chromosome to investigate ancestry. The DNA in mitochondria and organelle in the cell that produces energy are used for genetic studies involving maternal lineage because the mitochondria has its own DNA distinct from the nuclear DNA, and we inherit mitochondrial DNA from our mothers only. But since most of the Y chromosome is passed on without recombination, the DNA on that chromosome provides a genetic history of man's paternal ancestral line. An example of this is a 2003 study that examined the genetic legacy of the Mongols, whose territory once spanned the largest contiguous land empire in human history. The researchers studied the Y chromosome of more than 2,100 men throughout a wide swath of Asia and found features that showed up in about 8% of the men in the region from the Pacific Rim to the Caspian Sea, even though it shows up in only 0.5% of men overall in the world. The variation in the lineage suggested that this feature on the Y chromosome originated in Mongolia about 1000 years ago. The researchers concluded that the rapid spread of that genetic feature on the Y chromosome could not have happened by chance, but rather was likely the result of it being spread by the male descendant of Genghis Khan, the leader of the Mongol Empire. While it was not possible to test Genghis Khan's Y chromosome directly, researchers tested the Y chromosomes of the Hazaras of Pakistan, whose genealogy suggests they are direct male line descendants of Genghis Khan. The study concluded that if the sample of more than 2100 men was representative of the region, there would be about 16 million men with this Y chromosome feature, all presumably progeny of Genghis Khan. Other studies have also identified other highly successful male lineage that started in China and Ireland, and while not every father may be so genetically prosperous, what makes these studies possible is the thread-like substance that is the Y chromosome. This creation structure of male and female ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. This creation structure of male and female ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. What kind of a structure is this? Where both male and female are the creators, where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no evolution, where hydrogen is alone in this universe, where hydrogen annihilates into helium. What kind of structure is this? Where both male and female are the creators, where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no pollution, where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no evolution, where hydrogen is alone in this universe, where hydrogen annihilates into helium, where hydrogen is alone in this universe, where hydrogen annihilates into helium. This creation, a structure of male and female ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. This creation, a structure of male and female ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Where and in which cell is the 23rd pair of chromosome located? Where are the 23 pairs of chromosome found? What is a chromosome and what does it do? Find out in this. Chromosomes are found in the nucleus of every cell of our body and are made up of DNA, tightly coiled around proteins. We have 23 pairs of chromosomes, although altogether, and they can only be easily observed during cell division. So why is our DNA kept in this special packaging? Chromosome. National Human Genome Research Institute .government, https www.genome.government, genetics glossary, chromosome, where and which cell is the 23rd pair of chromosomes located, from www.genome.government. Chromosomes are thread-like structures made of protein and a single molecule of DNA that serve to carry the genomic information from cell to cell. In plants and animals, including humans, chromosomes reside in the nucleus of cells. Humans have 22 pairs of numbered chromosomes, autosomes, and one pair of sex chromosomes, XX or YY, for a total of 46. Each pair contains two chromosomes, one coming from each parent, which means that children inherit half of their chromosomes from their mother and half from their father. Chromosomes can be seen through a microscope when the nucleus dissolves during cell division. Chromosomes vary in number and share among living organisms. Most bacteria have one or two circular chromosomes. Humans, along with other animals and plants, have linear chromosomes. In fact, each species of plant and animal has a set number of chromosomes. A fruit fly, for example, has 4 pairs of chromosomes, while a rice plant has 12 and a dog 39. In humans, the 23rd pair is the sex chromosome, while the first 22 pairs are called autosomes. Typically, biologically female individuals have 2 X chromosomes, XX, while those who are biologically male have 1 X and 1 Y chromosome, XY. However, there are exceptions to this rule. Chromosomes are also different sizes. The human X chromosome is about 3 times larger than the human Y chromosome, containing about 900 genes, while the Y chromosome has about 55 genes. The unique structure of chromosomes keeps DNA tightly wound around spool-like proteins called histones. Without such packaging, DNA molecule would be too long to fit inside cells. For example, if all of the DNA molecules in a single human cell were unwound from their stones and placed end to end, they would stretch 6 feet. Although chromosomes are present in every cell of our body, their most important effect is seen in plants because new plants can be formed from the roots, stems, flowers and fruits of the plant. Plants with the roots or leaves or flowers or fruits. Everyone can become another successful plant. This is the truth in living being. Wonderful, a miracle. This is the truth in living being. A wonderful, a miracle. Plants with the roots or leaves or fruits or flowers. Everyone can become another successful plant. This is the truth in living being. A wonderful, a miracle. This is the truth in living being. A wonderful, a miracle. There is a heart, there is a liver, and there is a feeling. It has happened in a plant. That is why evolutionary is amazing. Insect, birds, animal, and today human like a bird. Insects, bird, animal, and today human like a bird. There is a heart, there is a liver, and there is a feeling. It has happened in a plant. That is why evolutionary is amazing. Insects, birds, animal, and today human like a bird. Insects, birds, animal, and today human like a bird. Plants with roots or leaves or flowers or fruits. Everyone can become another successful plant. This is the truth in living being. A wonderful miracle. This is the truth in living being. A wonderful miracle. Plants with roots or leaves or flowers or fruit. Everyone can become another successful plant. This is the truth in living being. A wonderful, a miracle. This is the truth in living being. A wonderful, a miracle. Friends, you might have understood evolution very well. There is a lot of noise today because of this evolutionary miracle. 2.6 billion years ago, some algae species used to float in the sea. It is said that the roots of the same algae species are our ancestors. Do not be surprised, friends, because this is the truth. The hustle and bustle of this life that you are living today, the creators of all this hustle and bustle are the same algae species. Some of its proofs were explained to me, my wife, and some by our doll Sneha. I will explain. When we were newly married, my wife brought some aloe vera plants and grew them in a salary box of my company by putting soil in it. Our doll is 22 years old today. On our roof, the aloe vera plants grew in the salaried box and become very large. Once my mother had grown some flowering plants by putting soil in another salary box. My mother died suddenly in 2016, and after 7 years, suddenly two big flowering trees grew, dried up and died. You already know, friends, NASA's successful step. Recently, our doll Sneha was talking a lot about sending me to Mars for the success of Perseverance and Curiosity rover. So, as I could not find any other way, I started researching on the soil of the dying salary box as the soil of Mars and the soil of the salary box with aloe vera made by my wife as the soil of Earth. Meanwhile, one day my doll picked up an aloe vera plant fallen on the roof and tried to grow it by mixing water in the salary box containing the soil of Mars. And that aloe vera plant grew alive. I was shocked. One day I also put another fallen aloe vera plant in the same tub, and that aloe vera plant also started living in that dead soil of Mars. My research was still not over, friends. I tried to grow many other types of plants too, but was unsuccessful. Next 7 or 8 months ago, one day I brought a pumpkin home and gave it to cook, and the pumpkin had a lot of seeds in it. The seeds were put into the soil of Mars and were dirt. I could not see anything for a month. Suddenly, for the past few months, I started seeing a pumpkin seed grow into a plant and grow wrapped around the body of my doll's aloe vera plant. And these days, it has grown quite big, but does not want to leave my doll's aloe vera plant. Anyway, I want that pumpkin plant to grow and flourish, and it will happen. Friends, this is the true proof of evolution which my doll Sneha shows. Anyway, my doll is my mother's blood and the only hair of me and my wife. We know that our doll Sneha is a creator of tomorrow. Our doll Sneha has made it clear today itself. Well, maybe tomorrow Alisa Carson will explain us the evolution in the same way on Mars. Friends, how did you like this research of mine? To write in the comments. Plants to eat roots or leaves or flowers or fruit. Everyone can become another successful plant. This is the truth in living, being wonderful, a miracle. This is the truth in living a being. A wonderful, a miracle. Plants so with a root, or leaves the fruits or a flower. Everyone can become another successful plant. This is the truth in living being. A wonderful, a miracle. This is the truth in living being. A wonderful, a miracle. There is a heart, there is a liver, and there is a feeling. It has happened in a plant. That is why evolutionary is amazing. Insects, birds, animals, and today human like a bird. Insects, bird, animal, and today human like a bird. There is a heart, there is a liver, and there is a feeling. It has happened in a plant. That is why evolutionary is amazing. Insects, birds, animal, and today human like a bird. Insects, birds, animal, and today human like a bird. Plants so with root, or leaves or flowers or fruit. Everyone can become another successful plant. This is the truth in living being. A wonderful miracle. This is the truth in living being. A wonderful miracle. Plants so with root, or leaves or flowers or fruit. Everyone can become another successful plant. This is the truth in living being. A wonderful, a miracle. This is the truth in living being. A wonderful, a miracle. In plants, a new plant can be formed from every organ like root, leaf, flower or fruit. Whereas in humans, a new human can be born from just one organ, the uterus. Our reproductive organs like the uterus present in every part of a plant. As a plant reproductive part, a flower contains a stamen, male flower part, or pistil, female flower part, or both, plus accessory parts such as sepals, petals, and nectar glands. Figure 19. The stamen is the male reproductive organ. Ovary, botany. Wikipedia, https wikipedia.organization wiki ovary botany. In the flowering plants, an ovary is a part of the female reproductive organ of the flower or gynecium. Specifically, it is the part of the pistil which holds the ovule and is located above or below or at the point of connection with the base of the petals and sepals. The pistil may be made up of one carpel or of several fused carpel, e.g. dicarpel or tricarpel, and therefore the ovary can contain part of one carpel or parts of several fused carpel. Above the ovary is the style and the stigma, which is where the pollen lands and germinates to grow down through the style to the ovary, and for each individual pollen grain to fertilize one individual ovule. Some wind pollinated flowers have made much reduced and modified ovaries. Parts of the ovary. Locules are chambers within the ovary of the flower and fruit. The locules contain the ovule seeds and may or may not be filled with sweet flesh. Depending on the number of locules in the ovary, fruit can be classified as unilocular, bilocular, trilocular, or multilocular. Some plants have septa between the carpels. The number of locules present in a gynoecium may be equal to or less than the number of carpels. Depending on whether septa are present, the ovules are attached to parts of the interior ovary wall called the placenta. Placental areas occur in various positions corresponding to various parts of the carpels that make up the ovary. C. Ovule. H. Location within the plant. An obturator is present in the ovary of some plants near the micropyle of each ovule. It is an outgrowth of the placenta, important in nourishing and guiding pollen tubes to the micropyle. The ovary of some types of fruit is dehiscent. The ovary wall splits into sections called valves. There is no standard correspondence between the valves and the position of the septa. The valves may separate by splitting the septa. Septicidal tension or by splitting between them. Loculicidal dehiscence or the ovary may open in other ways as through pores or because a cap falls off. This is the creation structure of male and a female ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as ovule. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. This creation structure of male and a female ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as a ovule. Ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as the oval. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. What kind of a structure is this? Where both male and female are the creators. Where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union, there is no evolution. Where hydrogen is alone in this universe. Where hydrogen annihilates into helium. What kind of structure is this? Where both male and female are the creators. Where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no pollution. Where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no evolution. Where hydrogen is alone in this universe. Where hydrogen annihilates into helium. Where hydrogen is alone in this universe. Where hydrogen annihilates into helium. This creation, a structure of male and female. Ovum is the fallopian tube of the woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as the oval. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. This creation, a structure of male and female. Ovum is the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as the oval. Ovum is the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as the oval. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Just as in humans, sex organ is organized by penis and vagina, how is sex mating formed in plants? Once pollen gets transferred to the stigma, the male gametes from pollen grains release and fuse with the egg in the ovule to form a zygote. This process of fusion of gametes is called fertilization. The zygote thus formed divides and develops into an embryo and later into a seed. The ovary develops into a fruit. 12.5 mating systems in plants. Biology, Libratex, HTTPS, bio.libratex.organization 12.6 strategies for March 2024. Asexual reproduction. Many plants are the facultatively sexual rather than obligatorily sexual. Asexual reproduction is a type of reproduction where the offspring comes from one parent only, thus inheriting the characteristics of the parent. Asexual reproduction is plants occurs in two fundamental forms: vegetative reproduction and agamosperity thermi. Vegetative reproduction involves a vegetative piece of the original plant producing new individuals by budding, tillering, etc., and is distinguished from apomixis, which is a replacement of sexual reproduction and in some cases involves seeds. Apomixis occurs in many plant species such as dandelions, Taraxacum species, and also in some non-plant organisms. For apomixis and similar processes in non-plant organisms, see parthenogenesis. Natural vegetative reproduction is a process mostly found in perennial plants and typically involves structural modifications of the stem or roots and in a few species leaves. Most plant species that employ vegetative reproduction to show as a means to perennialize the plants, allowing them to survive from one season to the next and often facilitating their expansion in size. A plant that persists in a location through vegetative reproduction of individuals constitutes a clonal colony. A single ramete or apparent individual of a clonal colony is genetically identical to all others in the same colony. The distance that a plant can move during vegetative reproduction is limited, though some plants can produce rametes from branching rhizomes or stolons that cover a wide area, often in only a few growing seasons. In a sense, this process is not one of reproduction, but one of survival and expansion of biomass of the individual. When an individual organism increases in size via cell multiplication and remains intact, the process is called vegetative growth. However, in vegetative reproduction, the new plants that result are new individuals in almost every respect except genetic. A major disadvantage of vegetative reproduction is the transmission of pathogens from parent to offspring. It is uncommon for pathogens to be transmitted from the plant to its seed in sexual reproduction or in apomixis, though there are occasions when it occurs. Seeds generated by approximates are a means of asexual reproduction involving the formation and dispersal of seeds that do not originate from the fertilization of the embryos. Orchids, Erasium, Dandelions, Taraxacum, some species of citrus and Kentucky blue grass, Poa pratensis, all use the form of asexual reproduction. Pseudogamy occurs in some plants that have apomictic seeds where pollination is often needed to initiate embryo growth, though the pollen contributes no genetic material to the developing offspring. Other forms of apomixis occur in plants also, including the generation of a plantlet in replacement of a sand seed or the generation of bulbils instead of flowers, where new cloned individuals are produced. Sexual reproduction. Sexual reproduction involves two fundamental processes: meiosis, which rearranges the genus and reduces the number of chromosomes, and fertilization, which restores the chromosome to a complete diploid number. In between these two processes, different types of plants and algae vary, but many of them, including all land plants, undergo alteration of generations with two different multicellular structures phases: a gametophyte and a sporophyte in mosses and liverworts. The gametophyte is relatively large and the sporophyte is a much smaller structure that is never separated from the gametophyte. In ferns, gymnosperms and flowering plants, angiosperms, the gametophytes are relatively small and the sporophyte is much larger. In gymnosperms and flowering plants, the megagametophyte is contained within the ovule that may develop into a seed, and the microgametophyte is contained within a pollen grain. In the evolution of early plants, abiotic means including water and much later wind transported sperm for reproduction. The first plants were aquatic and released sperm freely into the water to be carried with the current. Ancestral land plants like liverworts and mosses have motile sperm that swarm in a thin film of water or were splashed in water droplets. As taller and more complex plants evolve modifications in the alteration of generations evolved in the Paleozoic era. Progymnosperms reproduced by using spores dispersed on the wind, and many gymnosperms and some angiosperms still rely on wind for gametes dispersal. The seed plants, including seed ferns, conifers, and cordaceae, have pollen grains that contain the male gametes for protection of the sperm during the process of transfer from the male to female parts. Angiosperms or flowering plants are the most derived and most abundant plant species, and they rely on flowers producing pollen and ovules for reproduction. Self fertilization and self incompatibility. Many species of plants, particularly those which produce both staminate and positillate flowers or produce perfect bisexual flowers, also have the ability to reproduce sexually with themselves. This is advantageous particularly if pollination services are unreliable or unpredictable, as it ensures the plant still has some fitness. Self-pollination is a form of pollination in which pollen from the same plant arrives at the stigma of a flower in flowering plant or at the ovule in gymnosperm. The term selfing, that is often used as a synonym, is not limited to self-pollination but also applies to other types of self-fertilization. Plants may either be obligatively self-fertilizing or facultatively so. In facultatively selfing plants, there may be mechanisms which delay selfing, such as stamens that are initially reflexed but move to come into contact with the stigma. About 42% of flowering plants exhibit a mixed mating system in nature. In the most common kind of system, individual plants produce a single flower type and fruits may contain self-pollinated, outcrossed or a mixture of progeny type. Another mixed mating system is referred to as dimorphic cleistogamy. In this system, a single plant produces both open, potentially outcrossed and closed, obligately self-pollinated cleistogamous flowers. Still, other species are still self-incompatible capable and will reject their own pollen grains if they land on their own stigmatic surface. These plants are obligatorily outcrossing and must successfully sexually reproduce with another member of their species. In plants with SL, when a pollen grain produced in a plant reaches a stigma of the same plant or another plant with a matching allele or genotype, the process of pollen germination, pollen tube growth, ovule fertilization or embryo development is inhibited and consequently no seeds are produced. SL is one of the most important means of preventing inbreeding and promoting the generation of new genotypes in plants, and it is considered one of the causes of the spread and success of angiosperms on the earth. Outcrossing fertilization. Plants that use insects or other animals to move pollen from one flower to the next have developed greatly modified flowers. Parts to attract pollinators and to facilitate the movement of pollen from one flower to the insect and from the insect back to the next flower. Flowers of wind pollinated plants tend to lack petals and or sepals. Typically, large amounts of pollen are produced and pollination often occurs early in the growing season before leaves can interfere with the dispersal of the pollen. Many trees and all grasses and sedges are wind pollinated. Plants have a number of different means to attract pollinators, including color, scent, heat, nectar, glands, edible pollen and flower shape. Along with modification involving the above structures to other conditions play a very important role in the sexual reproduction of flowering plants. The first is the timing of flowering and the other is the size of or number of flowers produced. Often plant species have a few large, very showy flowers, while others produce many smaller flowers. Often flowers are collected together into large inflorescence series to maximize their visual effect, becoming more noticeable to passing pollinators. Flowers are attraction strategies and sexual expressions are functional strategies used to produce the next generation of plants. With pollination and plants having co-evolved often to some extraordinary degrees, very often rendering mutual benefit. Specialization can be advantageous because it results in more consistent pollination services. As a result, the specialized pollinator and plant can exert strong selective pressure on each other, leading to co-evolution. Examples of this include the co-evolution between fig and fig west, or yucca and yucca moth, wherein the yucca moths are both the obligate pollinators and the antagonistic herbivores of yucca. Another visually striking example is the co-evolution of long floral corollas and long peaks or proboscis in pollinators. 12.5.1a plus b. In plants, sex is organized through pollen, but in fish, the most mysterious kind of sex is organized. Male fish release semen into the water and female fish eat it. Pieces, the stories that you make, men set their semen in water. Women hold the eggs in the mouth and they make sweet babies. This has been the culture for centuries. Fishes in such rising water. This has been the culture for centuries. Fishes in such rising water. Fishes in such rising water. Fishes, the stories that make up. Men set their semen in water. Women hold eggs in the mouth and they make babies. This has been the culture for centuries. Fishes in such rising water. This has been the culture for centuries. Fishes in such rising water. Fishes in such rising water. Birds, some physical, some philosophical. Some say their semen in the air, some in the soil. Others eat it instantly. Like peacocks, like eagles. The rest is mutual in contact. Like peacocks, like eagles. The rest is mutual in contact. The rest is mutual in contact. Birds, some physical, some philosophical. Some said their semen in the air and some in the soil. Others ate it instantly. Like peacocks, like eagles. The rest is mutual in contact. Like peacocks, like eagles. The rest is mutual in contact. The rest is mutual in contact. Pieces, the stories that make up. Men set their semen in water. Women hold eggs in the mouth and they make babies. This has been the culture for centuries. Fishes in such rising water. This has been the culture for centuries. Fishes in such rising water. Fishes in such rising water. Fishes, the stories that make up. Men say they are swimming in the water. Women also in the mouth and they make the babies. This has been the culture for centuries. Fishes in the rising water. This has been the culture for centuries. Fishes in the rising water. Fishes in the rising water. Animals and as human do some unique burning. Men see men enters the woman becomes embryo and artificial. Story some chromosome indicator and the top postures in the world. Story some chromosome indicators and the top posture in the world and the top posture in the world. Animal and as a human do some unique burning. Man semen enters the woman becomes embryo and oxygen. Story some chromosome indicators and the top posture in the world. Story some chromosome indicators and the top posture in the world and the top posture in the world. Pieces the stories that they make here. Many say they are swimming in water. Women also eggs in the mouth and they make it baby. This has been the culture for centuries. Fishes in such rising water. This has been the culture for centuries. Fishes in such rising water. Fishes in such rising water. Fishes, the stories that we make here. Many said that they see many in the water. Woman holds eggs in the mouth and makes a baby. This has been in the culture for centuries. Fishes in such rising water. This has been the culture for centuries. Fishes in such rising water. Fishes in such rising water. Fish evolution explains a unique pattern in the structure of the world. Although we humans consider our existence to be supreme in the structure of the world, a fish can give birth to a million billion offspring at a time, whereas we humans can give birth to one or a few offspring at the most. Although to some extent it is also true that we can understand the gender of the baby in the embryo itself by just lighting one. Like we humans adopt the method of XX or XY or YY chromosomes to identify the gender. Is it possible to identify the gender in the birth of fish by inspecting the eggs? Yes, it is completely possible. In some species like angelfish, the only way to tell without having to dissect the fish is to see which one does the egg laying in a pair. My angelfish pair, male to the left and female to the right. Hadn't I seen them during egg laying, I wouldn't know which is which. 8 October 2016. How to check if fish is male or female? You can determine the sex of your fish by inspecting its gonads, reproductive organs, which are located towards the top of the gut cavity. Mature female fish will have orange ovaries and male fish will have white testes. See photo above. How to determine the sex of your fish? The Sprouse Pets HTTPS www.thesprousepets.com determine sex of fish for July 2020. Depending on the species, determining the sex of a fish ranges from easy to nearly impossible. Knowing the sexual differences in aquarium fish is important when trying to breed fish and also for choosing the proper balance of fish for a community aquarium. Although not all fish can be easily identified by sex, this tip will help you recognize the sex of many of the common species of aquarium fish. Determining fish sex. Here is how you can figure out the sex of common aquarium fish. This is by no means an exhaustive list, but it does provide a general overview of the differences between the fish sexes. What gender are fish at birth? In most protogenous fish, some fish will start out lives as male, some will switch from female to male at some point, and some will remain as females for the full duration of their life. At what age can you tell the gender of a fish? So within 2 months you will probably start to see the change. Aside from the fin, something else to look for would be the gravid spot. Females will have this naturally and throughout their entire life. Boys would not. 5 November 2021. Pieces, the stories that they make here. Men sit their semen in water. Women hold the eggs in the mouth and they make the babies. This has been in the culture for centuries. Fishes in such raising water. This has been the culture for centuries. Fishes in such rising water. Fishes in such rising water. Fishes, the stories that we make here. Men sit their semen in water. Women hold eggs in the mouth and they make the babies. This has been the culture for centuries. Fishes in such rising water. This has been the culture for centuries. Fishes in such rising water. Fishes in such rising water. Birds, some physical, some philosophical. Some say their semen in the air, some in the soil. Others eat it instantly. Like peacocks, like eagle. The rest is mutual in contact. Like peacocks, like eagle. The rest is mutual in contact. The rest is mutual in contact. Birds, some physical, some philosophical. Some said their semen in the air and some in the soil. Others ate it instantly. Like peacocks, like eagle. The rest is mutual in contact. Like peacocks, like eagle. The rest is mutual in contact. The rest is mutual in contact. This is the stories that make up. Many say they see many know what her. Women hold sex in the mouth and they make the babies. This has been the culture for centuries. This is synthesizing water. This has been the culture for centuries. This is synthesizing water. This is synthesizing water. This is the stories that he make up. Many say they are see many no water. Women hold sex in the mouth and they make the babies. This has been the culture for centuries. This is synthesizing water. This has been the culture for centuries. This is synthesizing water. This is synthesizing water. Animals and as human do some unique burning. Men, semen enters the woman, becomes embryo and artisan. Story some chromosome indicator and the top postures in the world. Story some chromosome indicators and the top posture in the world and the top posture in the world. Animal and as a human do some unique burning. Man semen enters the woman, becomes embryo and oxygen. Story some chromosome indicator and the top posture in the world. Story some chromosome indicator and the top posture in the world and the top posture in the world. This is the stories that he make up. Many say they are see many no water. Women hold the eggs in the mouth and they make a baby. This has been the culture for centuries. This is in such rising water. This has been the culture for centuries. This is in such rising water. This is in such rising water. This is the stories that he make up. Many say they see many no water. Woman holds the eggs in the mouth and makes a baby. This has been in the culture for centuries. This is in such rising water. This has been the culture for centuries. This is in the rising water. This is in the rising water. Where is the uterus in common fishes like rui, katla species? Pigtail macacus, macaca. Topics by science.government. https www.science.government. Topic pages. Pigtail plus macacus. Socialization in pigtailed macacus, macaca chemistry. PubMed Central. Werlin, Julie M. Kroeker, Rose Lee, Grace H. Tom, Ginny B. Belaka, Rita U. Krakete, Caroline M. 2018 1-1. In response to new emphasis by regulatory agencies regarding socialization, behavioral management programs are allocating greater resources to maximize socialization opportunities for laboratory primates. Information regarding predictors of compatibility and risk of injury for all laboratory housed species of macaques are needed to make social introduction and pairing as efficient and safe as possible. This study presents data on 674 pairs or pigtailed macaques, Macaca nemestina, at the Washington National Primate Research Center over a 7 year period. During pair interaction, behavior was monitored while the degree of tactile contact was gradually increased based on observed behavior. Pairs were assigned a behavioral introduction score BIS, rating the quality of their interactions for each day of introduction. Animals deemed compatible based on the BIS and technologies judgment were allowed to progress to continuous contact with no staff present. A small proportion of animals deemed compatible at introduction was later separated for subsequent incompatible or aggression. These proportions were higher in full contact compared to protected contact pairing. Of 674 pairs, 75% were deemed compatible at introduction in protected contact. 86 of these pairs were later transitioned to full contact with 98% compatibility. Predictors of decreased compatibility assessed during protected contact introductions included age adult pairs were less compatible. The BIS on the last day of introduction and aggression or injury during the introductory period. Predictors of injuries during the protected contact introduction process included aggression on the first day of introduction, a negative BIS on the first or last day of introduction, and surprisingly, the presence of grooming on the first day of introduction. Injuries during both introduction and subsequent pairing in protected contact were rare. However, injury rates increased significantly during full. Aggression in pigtailed macaca nemestina breeding groups affects pregnancy outcome. PubMed Central, Ha, James Aloe, Haile, Sussman, Adreni, 2011 1-1. Past research just shown that aggressive behaviors can affect female reproductive outcome in non-human primate captive breeding program. In this study, aggressive behaviors were recorded in a colony of pigtailed monkeys, Macaca nemestina, and related to pregnancy outcome. For 22 weeks, behavioral data were collected from 9 breeding groups consisting of 0 to 1 male. Some males were removed after a cycle of conception for husbandry reasons, and 4 to 8 females. Observation included all occurrence of 11 aggressive behaviors during 15-minute observation season. 1 to 3 times a week mean weekly aggression levels during the study period were determined for each group as well as for each pregnancy. Aggression data were summarized with principal component analysis (PCA). Results indicate that pigtailed macaque aggression falls into the 5 distinctive categories: warn, engage, threaten, pursue, and attack. Breeding groups differed in their levels of aggression. Even after controlling for group size, presence of a sire, and group stability, levels of the 5 aggression categories were found on affect the probability that a pregnancy ended in either a natural birth of a live infant, a clinical intervention producing a live infant, or a non-viable outcome. The predictive value of aggression was significant when clinical interventions were included as possible reproductive outcomes. Behavioral observation of captive groups could identify conditions affecting pregnancy outcome and the requirement for clinical intervention. PMID 2189-8511. Risk factors for dystocia in pigtailed macaca nemestina. PubMed Central. Stockinger, Diana E. Torrens, NAE, Hakanen, Rene R. Vogel, Keith W. Hotchkiss, Charlotte E. Ha, James C. 2011-0101. Dystocia difficult labor is an important component of the management of non-human primates and result in significant fetal and maternal morbidity and increased use of veterinary resources. Dysocias can arise from abnormalities of the maternal pelvis or fetus or uncoordinated uterine activity. Although risk factors for stillbirths have been established in non-human primates, risk factors for dystocias have not. The objective of this study was to determine maternal and fetal risk factors for dystocia in macaques. Retrospective data were collected from 83 pig-tailed macaques, Macaca nemestina, diagnosed with dystocia. The diagnosis of dystocia was made based on clinical or pathological evidence, maternal records of age, reproductive history, experimental history, clinical records, and fetal birth weight, and any applicable fetal necropsy reports were reviewed. The gestational age of the fetus, the infant's birth weight, total previous birth by the dam, and the proportions of both viable delivery, inverse effect, and surgical pregnancy interventions, direct effect in the dam's history, generated a model that maximized the experimental variance for predicting dystocia. In the current pregnancy and explained 24% of the dystocia deliveries. The number of total previous births and proportion of previous cesarean sections accounted for the greatest effect. This model can identify individual dams within a colony that are at risk for dystocias and allow for changes in breeding colony management, more intense monitoring of dams at risk, or allocation or additional resource. PIM-ID 2153599. Developmental and cross situational stability in infant pigtailed macaque temperament. ERIC Educational Research Information Center, Sussman, Adrians, Ha, James, 2011-11. We assessed developmental stability and context generalizability of temperament in pigtailed macaques, Macaca nemestina, from the University of Washington Infant Primate Research Lab. A principal component analysis condensed 6 behavioral measures into 2 components interpreted as reactivity and boldness. Changes in these measures over the first A. This creation, structure of male and female, ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. This creation, structure of male and female, ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. What kind of a structure is this? Where both male and female are the creators. Where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union, there is no evolution. Where hydrogen is alone in this universe. Where hydrogen annihilates into helium. What kind of structure is this? Where both male and female are the creators. Where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no pollution. Where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no evolution. Where hydrogen is alone in this universe. Where hydrogen annihilates into helium. Where hydrogen is alone in this universe. Where hydrogen annihilates into helium. This creation, a structure of male and female, ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. This creation, a structure of male and female, ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Are dolphins mammal fishes? Pythagoras, Euler and Fermat may not be nervously twisting in their cascades just yet, but the uniqueness of humankind's mathematical abilities has taken yet another knock from the animal kingdom. 25 February 2008. Are dolphins, sharks and whales mammals? Earth.com. https www.earth.com. Earthpedia. Articles. Animals. Sea creatures are big mysteries to most of us. What do they do under the waves? What do they eat? How do they navigate and communicate? And what are they? Dolphins, whales, seals, sea lions and otters are all mammals. They give birth to live young and nurse their young with milk. In contrast, Even though some sharks give birth to live young, sharks are fish. What is a mammal again? It's a bit confusing whether dolphins, whales and sharks are mammals unless you remember the basics of what a mammal is. Mammals are warm-blooded animals that give birth to live young except for a few exceptions that lay eggs and feed those young with milk. Most mammals are hairy, but not all. Humans and necked mole rats are both mammals, but they are not exactly fluffy. Fluffy. Mammals do not have gills. That means that any aquatic or marine mammals need to be able to come to the surface often enough to breathe. In contrast, fish and amphibians with gills can stay underwater indefinitely. Are dolphins and whales mammals? Dolphins are actually a subset of the order Artiolodicta, which includes all whales and porpoises as well as pigs, giraffes, llamas and hippos. Whales, dolphins and porpoises are all part of the infraorder Cetacea. The closest related land mammal to whales and dolphins is the hippo. All whales and dolphins are warm-blooded, give birth to live young and feed their young with milk. In other words, whales and dolphins are mammals. This sea is a wonderful mystery. Fishes cannot be mammals. They are a separate division. This light revealed an amazing existence, smoky outer atmosphere made of hydrogen fusion, and this amazing solar system where only life exists on Earth. Corona from hydrogen, small water drawn from outside. This is the story, rocky, gas, icy and smoky. Animals and humans are also complex, but a miracle is similar to life. Animals and humans are also complex, but a miracle is similar to life. Corona from hydrogen, small water come from outside. This is the story, rocky, gas, icy and smoky. Animals and humans are always complex, but a miracle is similar to life. Animals and humans are also complex, but a miracle is similar to life. Hydrogen atom, proton, electron, oxygen atom fuses and becomes stable. Chromosomes which are XX, Y and YY. Female, male important like whatever in a life. Hydrogen's action in water in clouds. Similarly, a chromosome is important in X and Y. Hydrogen's action in water in clouds. Similarly, X chromosome is important in X and Y. hydrogen action, proton electron, oxygen atom fuses and becomes stable. Chromosomes to carry 6Y and YY. Female male important like whatever in life. Hydrogen action in water cloud. Similarly, chromosome is impassioned in X and Y. Hydrogen action in water in cloud. Similarly, a chromosome is impassioned in X and Y. Corona from hydrogen, small water drawn from outside. This is the story, rocky, gassy, icy and smoky. Animals and humans are also complete, but a miracle is similar to life. Animals and humans are also complete, but a miracle is similar to life. Corona from hydrogen, small water drawn from outside. This is the story, rocky, gas, icy and smoky. Animals and humans are also complex, but a miracle is similar to life. Animals and humans are also complex, but a miracle similar to life. Just like proton, electron is very mobile and active, but neutron is patient and stable. Similarly, egg having XX and XY chromosomes is very mobile and active. But YY, which is not there at all, which is an error, is actually inactive. Do not think that just like hydrogen, the atom itself is active. In the same way, perhaps the egg also gets fertilized by this. The sperm fertilization does not happen without ovary. Sperm is not hydrogen. Friends, yes, but hydrogen is a part of it. Perhaps that is why in ovary having XX chromosome, sperm having XY chromosomes and sperm having YY chromosomes may get fertilized. It is said that embryo having XY chromosomes is male. Embryo having XX chromosomes is female. YY chromosomes are not mobile. If it happens, then it is due to some error. Perhaps it is called UNH. What is this chromosome? Chromosome is a package of DNA which contains some of the whole part of the genetic material of an organism. In most chromosomes, very long with thin DNA fibers are covered by packaging proteins that form molecule nucleus mass. Nucleosomes, the most important of these protein in eukaryotic cells are histones. Wikipedia. Why are chromosomes identified as XY? In most cases, females are XX and males are XY. Each individual must have at least one X chromosome. Since the female is XX, each egg she ovulates has an X chromosome. The male being XY can produce two kinds of sperm, half have an X chromosome, half have an Y. What is this electron doing in hydrogen? The electron is the hydrogen atom revolves around this nucleus in a circular orbit. The energy of this electron in the orbit is proportional to its distance from the nucleus. The further the electron is from the nucleus, the greater its energy. Only a limited number of orbitals with certain energies are allowed. We understand protons, electrons and neutrons. But why is it called XY chromosome instead of AB or 1,2 chromosome in the chromosome? Human X and Y chromosomes determine the biological sex of a person, with XX specifying female and XY specifying male. Although the Y chromosome contains a small region of similarity of the X chromosome, so that the can pair during meiosis, the Y chromosome is much shorter and contains many fewer genes. Chromosome abnormalities fact sheet. National Human Genome Research Institute .government, https www.genome.government about genomic chromosome. 15 August 2020. Chromosome abnormalities can either be numerical or structural and usually occur when there is an error in cell division. Genes and chromosomes, MSD manual consumer version. MSD manual, https www.msdmanuals.com. Genetics. A chromosome is made of a very long standard strand of DNA and contains many genes, hundreds to thousands. The genes on each chromosome are arranged in a particular sequence, and each gene has a particular location on the chromosome called its locus. The form of the gene that occupies the same locus on each chromosome of a pair, one inherited from the mother and one from the father, is called an allele. In addition to DNA, chromosomes contain other chemical components that influence DNA function. Pairing. Except for certain cells, for example sperm and egg cells or red blood cells, the nucleus of every normal human cell contains 23 pairs of chromosomes for a total for 46 chromosomes. Normally, each pair consists of one chromosome from the mother and one from the father. There are 22 pairs of non-sex autosomal chromosomes and one pair of sex chromosomes. Paired non-sex chromosomes are, for practical purposes, identical in size, shape and position and number of genes, because each member of a pair of non-sex chromosomes contains one of each. corresponding gene. There is in a sense a backup for the genes on those chromosomes. The 23rd pair is the sex chromosomes X and Y. Corona from nitrogen, small water drawn from outside. This is the story, rocky, gas, icy and smoky. Animals and humans are also complex, but a miracle is similar to life. Animals and humans are also complex, but a miracle is similar to life. Corona from nitrogen, small water come from outside. This is the story, rocky, gas, icy and smoky. Animals and humans are always complex, but a miracle is similar to life. Animals and humans are also complex, but a miracle is similar to life. Hydrogen atom, proton, electron, oxygen atom fuses and becomes stable. Chromosomes which are XX, Y and YY. Female, male important like whatever in a life. Hydrogen's accretion in water in clouds. Similarly, X chromosome is important in X and Y. Hydrogen's action in water in clouds. Similarly, X chromosome is impatient in X and Y. Hydrogen action, proton, electron, oxygen atom fuses and becomes stable. Chromosomes which are XX, Y and YY. Female, male important like whatever in life. Hydrogen's action in water in clouds. Similarly, chromosome is impassioned in X and Y. Hydrogen's action in water in clouds. Similarly, a chromosome is impassioned in X and Y. Corona from nitrogen, small water drawn from outside. This is the story, rocky, gassy, icy and smoky. Animals and humans are also complex, but a miracle is similar to life. Animals and humans are also complex, but a miracle is similar to life. Corona from hydrogen, small water drawn from outside. This is the story, rocky, gas, icy and smoky. Animals and humans are also complex, but a miracle is similar to life. Animals and humans are also complex, but a miracle similar to life. Hydrogen has an impact not only on our dwarf sun or home planet or solar system, but also on the entire Milky Way galaxy. Now this hydrogen is produced alone and its transformation process is only helium or like an eggshell protective water in it, and then food system attached to the female. I don't know if all this is there or not for the birth of a child. But the outer part of hydrogen fusion is the corona cloud. I think this could be something. What is the analysis of corona cloud from hydrogen fusion? Does deuterium fusion occur in the sun's corona form from Quora, https www.quora.com? Does deuterium fusion occur? Due to the lack of extreme gravity and pressure such as in the core, fusion does not occur in the corona. Does nuclear fusion occur in the corona? The sun's corona is just radiated heat from outgoing flares. CMES is convection photon gamma rays mostly near massless neutrinos, other random high energy particles or cosmic rays due to the lack of extreme gravity and pressure such as in the core. Fusion does not occur in the corona. 11 January 2022. Detection of a hydrogen corona in HST LYQ. IO Science HTTPS iopscience.iop.organization article by L. Roth 2017 cited by 38. We report far ultraviolet observation of Europa in transit of Jupiter obtained with the Space Telescope imaging spectrograph of the Hubble Space Telescope on 6 occasions between 2014 December and 2015 March. Absorption of Jupiter's bright hydrogen LYQ day glow is detected in a region several moon radii above the limb in all observation. The observed extended absorption provides the first detection of an atomic hydrogen corona around Europa. Molecular constituents in Europa's global sputtered atmosphere are shown to be optically thin to LYQ. The observations are consistent with a radially escaping H corona with maximum densities at the surface in the range of 1.5 to 2.2 into 103 centimeter minus 3, confirming the abundance predicted by Monte Carlo simulation. In addition, we search for anomalies around the limb of Europa from absorption by localized high H2O abundance from active plums. No significant local absorption features are detected. We find that an H2O pump with line of sight column density in the order of 10-16 cm minus 2 as inferred by Roth et al. Would not be detectable based on the statistical fluctuation of the transit measurements and hence is not excluded of further constraint. The presence of plums with the line of sight column densities of 2 into 1017 centimeter minus 2 can be excluded at a 3 minus 0 level during 5 of our 6 observations. This creation, structure of male and female, ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. This creation, structure of male and female, ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. What kind of a structure is this? Where both male and female are the creators, where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no evolution, where hydrogen is alone in this universe, where hydrogen annihilates into helium. What kind of structure is this? Where both male and female are the creators, where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no pollution, where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no evolution, where hydrogen is alone in this universe, where hydrogen annihilates into helium, where hydrogen is alone in this universe, where hydrogen annihilates into helium. This creation, a structure of male and female, ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. This creation, a structure of male and female, ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Actually, the question is, what kind of hydrogen is this, whose fusion system spreads clouds throughout the universe? Why is the Milky Way galaxy named Milky Way? Milky Way galaxy, imagine the universe. nasa.government. https imagine.jsfc.nasa.government. Science object Milky Way. Why is our galaxy called the Milky Way? Universe today. Imagine the universe. Our sun, a star, and all the planets around it are part of a galaxy known as the Milky Way galaxy. A galaxy is a large group of stars, gas and dust bound together by gravity. They come in a variety of shapes and sizes. The Milky Way is a large paired spiral galaxy. All the stars we see in the night sky are in our Milky Way galaxy one. Our galaxy is called the Milky Way because it appears as a milky band of light in the sky when you see it in a really dark area. Tell me more about galaxies. It is very difficult to count the number of stars in the Milky Way from our position inside the galaxy. Our best estimates tell us that the Milky Way is made up of approximately 100 billion stars. These stars form a large disk whose diameter is about 100,000 light years. Our solar system is about 25,000 light years away from the center of our galaxy. We live in the suburbs of our galaxy. Just as the earth goes around the sun goes around the center of the Milky Way. It takes 250 million years for our sun and the solar system to go all the way around the center of the Milky Way. Read a NASA Blue Shift blog post about how many stars there are in the Milky Way. We can only take pictures of the Milky Way from inside the galaxy, which means we don't have an image of the Milky Way as a whole. Why do we think it is a paired spiral galaxy then? There are several clues. The first clue to the shape of the Milky Way comes from the bright band of stars that stretches across the sky, and as mentioned above is how the Milky Way got its name. This band of stars can be seen with the naked eye in places with dark night skies. That band comes from seeing the dark disk of stars that forms the Milky Way form inside the disk and tells us that our galaxy is basically flat. Several different telescopes both on the ground and in space have taken images of the disk of the Milky Way by taking a series of pictures in different directions, a bit like taking a panoramic picture with your camera or phone. The concentration of stars in a band adds to the evidence that the Milky Way is a spiral galaxy. If we lived in an elliptical galaxy, we would see the stars of our galaxy spread out all around the sky, not in a single band. Another clue comes when astronomers Magellan bright star and clouds of ionized hydrogen in the Milky Way's disk. These clouds, called HII regions, are ionized by young hot stars and are basically free protons and electrons. These are both important markers of spiral arms in other spiral galaxies we see. So, mapping them in our own galaxy can give a clue about the spiral nature of the Milky Way. They are bright enough that we can see them through the disk of our galaxy, except where the region at the center of our galaxy gets in the way. There has been some debate over the years as to whether the Milky Way has two spiral arms or four. The latest data shows that it has four arms as shown in the artist's illustration below. Additional clues to the spiral nature of the Milky Way come from a variety of other properties. Astronomers measure the amount of dust in the Milky Way and the dominant colors of the light we see, and they match those we find in other typical spiral galaxies. All of these added up to give us a picture of the Milky Way, even though we can't get outside to see the whole thing. There are billions of other galaxies in the universe. Only three galaxies outside our own Milky Way galaxy can be seen without a telescope and appear as fuzzy patches in the sky with the naked eye. The closest galaxies that we can see without a telescope are the large and small Magellanic clouds. These satellite galaxies of the Milky Way can be seen from the southern hemisphere. Even they are about 160,000 light years from Earth. The Andromeda galaxy is a larger galaxy that can be seen from the northern hemisphere with good eyesight and a very dark sky. It is about 2.5 million light years away from us, but it's getting closer, and researchers predict that in about 4 billion years it will collide with the Milky Way. It takes the light 2.5 million years to reach us from one of our nearby galaxies. The other galaxies are even further away from us and can only be seen through telescopes. Hydrogen or fusion system or Milky Way galaxy or sun, it is not that important, but what seems important is our life on our home planet. Among all these living beings, animals and we humans are really precious gems. A precious gem among living animals and we humans. The body owns the then a description of tomorrow. The body owns the then a description of tomorrow. Then a description of tomorrow. A precious gem among living animal and we humans. The body owns then a description of tomorrow. The body owns then a description of tomorrow. Then a description of tomorrow. There are vibrations in the heart. The thought is emerging in unique. In animals, but is still limited. Excellent, but to humans. In animals, but still limited. Excellent, but to humans. Excellent, but to humans. There are vibrations in the heart. The thought is emerging and unique. In animals, but still limited. Excellent, but to humans. In animals, but still limited. Excellent, but to human. Excellent, but to human. A precious gem among living animals and we humans. The body over me, then a description of tomorrow. The body over me, Then it is Christian of tomorrow. Then it is Christian of tomorrow. A precious gem among living animals and humans. The body of one Sia. Then it is Christian of tomorrow. The body of one Sia. Then it is Christian of tomorrow. Then it is Christian of tomorrow. Growing population of human, reaction body changing length. The thought of extinction sensation started searching for other planets. The thought of extinction sensation started searching for other planets. Started searching for other planets. Growing population of humans, reaction but changing length. The thought of extinction sensation started searching for other planets. The thought of extinction sensation started searching for other planets. Started searching for other planets. A precious gem among living animals and humans. The body of one Sia. Then it is Christian of tomorrow. The body of one Sia. Then it is Christian of tomorrow. Then it is Christian of tomorrow. A precious gem among living animals and humans. The body of one Sia. Then it is Christian of tomorrow. The body of one Sia. Then it is Christian of tomorrow. Then it is Christian of tomorrow. In plants, sexual activity probably takes place through flowers and pollen union. How does sexual activity take place in insects? Courtship rituals of insects are extremely numerous. Mating, internal fertilization by insertion of the male intromittent organ into the female genital tract for deposition of sperm is the usual method of copulation. Meaning, insect sex is like copulation. In the same way, animals perform sexual activity through physical union. But a very special sexual activity takes place in the physical union process of human. What is the way to stop the increasing population due to human sexual activity? Sex education is one of the solutions to reduce the population and explain that premarital sexual behavior continues to increase from year to year. For instance, the emergence of unwanted pregnancies, abortion, dropping out of school, and contracting non-communicable diseases. Sexual health promotion, MN, Department of Health, https www.health.state.mn.us. Sexuality edu. Sexual health promotion. Sexuality is part of a normal, healthy life. Human sexuality is lifelong and consists of more than just the absence of disease and unintended pregnancy. It is a normal part of development and a lifelong process that is biological, social, mental and emotional. Health sexual self-expression has many physical and mental health benefits. Sexuality education, access to health care, positive social and cultural norms, and socio-economic equity all are key for individuals to achieve an informed, positive and safe sexual self and make good choices about healthy relationships, responsible sexual activity and reproductive health throughout the lifespan. Pregnancy. The United States has the highest rate of adolescent pregnancy among industrialized nations. In 2016, the national teen pregnancy rate was 20.3 per thousand and the Minnesota rate was 12.6 per thousand. In 2011, 45% of all pregnancies in Minnesota were unintended. However, teen pregnancy rates have been steadily decreasing since the 1990s due to a combination of increased contraceptive use and decreased sexual activity. Sexually transmitted disease. In Minnesota, over the last decade, chlamydia has increased 61%. Gonorrhea has increased 145% and syphilis has increased 246%. Adolescents and young adults ages 15 to 24 accounted for 61% of chlamydia and 43% of gonorrhea cases reported in Minnesota in 2018. This equates to 1 in 4 sexually active teenagers contracting a sexuality transmitted disease each year. Adolescents are disproportionately impacted by chlamydia. Men who have sex with men and American Indian populations are disproportionately impacted by syphilis. There has been an alarming increase in the rate of syphilis among several populations in Minnesota. This has led to an increase in congenital syphilis, the case of a baby born to a mother infected with syphilis. As well, because of this, there has been a push for stronger screening recommendations and routine sexual health checkups. Overall, STD rates are higher within communities of color. STD rates are effectively decreased through education, prevention efforts and access to testing and treatment. Chlamydia rates among youth have increased 51% in the last decade in Minnesota. Young people ages 13 to 29 account for about one third of the estimated 50,000 new HIV infections each year nationally, the largest share of any age group. Conclusion: sexual health is complex and closely connected to many other aspects of health, not just during the reproductive years but throughout the lifespan. Holistic and prevention focused sexual health promotion at the community level promotes health equity, saves the state money through more efficient uses of funds, and promotes the general health, happiness, and success of Minnesotans. A precious gem among living animals and we humans. The body of worms, yeah. Then a description of tomorrow. The body of worms, yeah. Then a description of tomorrow. Then a description of it tomorrow. A precious gem among living animal and we humans. The body of worms, yeah. Then a description of tomorrow. The body of worms, yeah. Then a description of tomorrow. Then a description of tomorrow. There are vibrations in the heart. The thought is amassing in unity. In animals, but is still limited. Excellent, but to humans. In animals, but still limited. Excellent, but to humans. Excellent, but to humans. There are vibrations in the heart. The thought is amassing and unique. In animals, but still limited. Excellent, but to humans. In animals, but still limited. Excellent, but to humans. Excellent, but to humans. A precious gem among living animals and we humans. The body over me, then a description of tomorrow. The body over me, then a description of tomorrow. Then a description of tomorrow. A precious gem among living animals and we humans. The body over me, then a description of tomorrow. The body over me, then a description of tomorrow. Then a description of tomorrow. Growing population of humans. Reaction body change in illness. The thought of extinction sensation started searching for other planets. The thought of extinction sensation started searching for other planets. Started searching for other planets. Growing population of humans. Reaction but change in illness. The thought of extinction sensation started searching for other planets. The thought of extinction sensation started searching for other planets. Started searching for other planets. A precious gem among living animals and we humans. The body over the earth. Then a day sleeps and up tomorrow. The body overwhelms ya. Then a day sleeps and up tomorrow. Then a day sleeps and up tomorrow. A precious gem among living animals and we humans. The body overwhelms ya. Then a day sleeps and up tomorrow. The body overwhelms ya. Then it is sleeps and up tomorrow. Then it is sleeps and up tomorrow. After all, life itself is precious. Actually, life itself is precious. But the living beings which can execute thoughts are very precious in the entire biological environment, like animals and humans. Even a small plant can think. Even ants and beetles can dream big, but it is impossible for them to execute their thoughts because they cannot easily execute their plans by gaining speed or flying in the air like a mouse, cat, or Eliza Carson living the world. Even if they can lift 3 times more weight than their own. How is the thought executed? Individuals who take those ideas and thoughts, no matter how lofty, and turn them into accomplishment. That balance between thinking about a problem, talking about doing something about it, and maybe, just maybe, even building a plan, it takes a whole new level of engagement to turn that plan into thought execution. 21 January 2018. 39 types of thought process. Indeed. https www.indeed.com. Career development 10 March 2023. Thought is a group of mental process that help people form associations among various elements and understand the working of the world. Execution of thoughts. Speaking tree.in. https www.speakingtree.in. Blog 5 May 2013. As a normal human being, we can not have control over our thoughts. Lots of thoughts come to our mind within a day, and as per the situation we handle them. But some destructive or negative thoughts also rule over our mindset, which are not in our control. Philosophy says that positive thinking can remove our negative thoughts, but in actual fear of that unwanted thoughts temporary hide till flow of positively thoughts is there. After come across the motivational books, one can try to come out and try to change his or her schedule of life. Again, we make planning for change, but our old habits and way of thinking become obstacle to execute it. So, what to do to change the habits? how to execute the planning which we make for success, how to face the unwanted changes. This creation structure of male and female ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. This creation structure of male and female ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. What kind of a structure is this? Where both male and female are the creators, where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no evolution, where hydrogen is alone in this universe, where hydrogen annihilates into helium. What kind of structure is this? Where both male and female are the creators, where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no pollution, where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no evolution, where hydrogen is alone in this universe, where hydrogen annihilates into helium, where hydrogen is alone in this universe, where hydrogen annihilates into helium. This creation, a structure of male and female ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. This creation, a structure of male and female ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. How alternative solutions help guide the right direction in animals and humans? How are humans different from other animals? Asked a biologist, Arizona State University, HTTPS, asked a biologist .asu.edu, human animal differences, 12 May 2017. How are humans different from other animals? Submitted by Malcolm, grade level 10, answered by Carla Moeller. There are many similarities between humans and other animals that you may have noticed. Humans and animals both eat, sleep, think and communicate. We are also similar in a lot of the ways our bodies work, but we also have a lot of differences. Are there any differences that set humans apart uniquely from all other animals. Some people think that the main differences between humans and other animal species is our ability of complex reasoning, our use of complex language, our ability to solve difficult problems, and introspection. This means describing your own thoughts and feelings. Others also feel that the ability for creativity or the feeling of joy or sorrow is uniquely human. Humans have a highly developed brain that allows us to do many of these things. But are these things uniquely human? First, let's get into the fuzzy part of that question. There are a lot of things that humans think are true about animals and animal behavior, but some of these ideas are problematic. Sometimes when we do tests on animal behavior, we use tests that apply to animals like humans, and we expect animals to perform in a similar way if they have similar abilities. For example, the mirror test is used to see if animals have awareness of themselves as the image that they see in a mirror. If a mark is placed on the animal, they should show signs of knowing that the mark is on their body. Maybe they try to rub it up with their hands, or if they can't use their limbs that way, they may move their body a bit to see the mark better. But what if an animal doesn't have the best vision? Do we just say that because they can't perform the test in that way, they wouldn't pass? Expecting all other animals to perform similarly to humans on tests can be problematic. This makes learning about some parts of animal behavior difficult. But what we have learned is pretty exciting. As we keep learning more and more about animal behavior, we are continually surprised. Cuneiform prairie dogs seem to have a fairly complex language. Rather than just sounding a basic alarm call, researchers have found that their alarm calls can describe specific predator speed, color, shape, and size. So, when is this communication complex enough for us to call it a language? Elephants have been found to communicate across miles of land through subsonic sound. And when researchers blow a human bird's chirp down, it seems the song may be as complex as a song from some other bird, though more studies need to be done To understand this, do we view animal language as limited just because we have trouble understanding it? Caledonian crows can solve problems and build tools and can solve multiple step puzzles that require a plan. Are these examples of difficult problems? Where do we draw the line to say something is difficult enough, or that we have given an animal proper motivation to want to even solve one of these problems? Gorillas and chimpanzees have painted pictures of birds describing through sign language that that is what they were trying to create. If they had a goal in mind and then made it, is that a sign that they had introspection, that they are describing their own thoughts, and that they are doing it by using their own creativity? Seems like it may be. And animals do appear to feel joy and sorrow. There are videos out there showing a raven using a piece of plastic to set down part of a snowy roof. The raven picks it up and slides down over and over again. They are not playing with another bird. They are enjoying sliding and having fun, perhaps feeling joy. And we continue to learn of more and more species that show sorrow, especially at the loss of members of their family or other loved ones. Animals that grieve include elephants, old sea lions, magpies, and many more. A recent video of javeliners, peccaries that live in the American Southwest, show that they mourn their dead, but we didn't realize this until it was captured by a field camera. So maybe there is not that much that makes us uniquely human. Maybe we need to pay more attention to what animals are doing and try to view the world through their eyes, and perhaps our ability to consider other animals' feelings and hope for the well-being of these amazing creatures is our best and most uniquely human ability. Have a different answer or more to add to this one? Send it to us. Although animals also have a very advanced mentality, but humans are so intelligent that a 15 years old girl has sacrificed all her self-interest to create history by settling the world in another world and has left for Mars never to return. Hats off, my doll, Alisa Carson. There is a doom, humans among a living being. reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. Reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. There is a doom, humans among a living being. Reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. Reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. This technique is different from the beginning of life. It was algae in water, roots that drive evolution. It was algae in water, roots that drive evolution. This technique is different from the beginning of life. It was algae in water, roots that drive evolution. It was algae in water, roots that drive evolution. There is a doom, humans among a living being. Reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. Reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. There is a doom, humans among a living being. Reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. Reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. The structure of the root after all advanced fallopian tube. That is why the water system emotionally went to another planet. That is why the water system emotionally went to another planet. The structure of the root after all advanced fallopian tube. That is why the water step emotionally went to another planet. That is why the water step emotionally went to another planet. There is a doom, humans being among a living being. Reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. Reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. There is a doom, humans among a living being. Reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. Reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. Roots that captured the whole world in evolutionary possibility. That amazing advanced evolution adventure was shown by changing into fallopian tube. Today's advanced evolution has allowed us to explore the entire solar system brain. Where am I promoting my trip to Mars atmosphere? Nowadays my thoughts have been conquered the icy smoke of the Oort region, but I will not be able to bear the heat of Mercury and Venus. Oh yes, I forgot. I grew up in my mother's fallopian tube. Today I am examining the solar system to fulfill the wish of my doll Sneha. And my doll Sneha grew up in my wife's fallopian tube, presumed in my lap, and is showing me the way in today's time. Friends, I have explored a lot of the solar system. It is said that Yamraj burns the soil in oil. I think he might be in Oort region. But Ram's father's dead body was fried in hot oil in the human era? Well, I think a cold dwarf planet like Haumea could only be inhabited by soul, not living bodies. I can not even imagine that I would be able to live in the heat of Mercury and Venus. We humans can tolerate the Earth's climate only by living in the fallopian tube. We may not be able to bear the external cold or heat. How low to high temperatures can a human tolerate? How much heat can the human body endure? According to scientists, the body works best within a narrow range of body temperature 36 degrees centigrade to 37.5 degrees centigrade. Once 40 degrees centigrade is reached, it can be dangerous even with low humidity levels, and now as the temperature is near to 50 degrees centigrade, the situation is critical. What is the lowest temperature a human can tolerate? 24 to 26 degrees centigrade, 75.2 to 78.8 degrees Fahrenheit or less. Death usually occurs due to irregular heat, breath or respiratory arrest. However, some patients have been known to survive with body temperature as low as 13.7 degrees centigrade, 15.7 degrees Fahrenheit. Limits of survival. Richmond Times Dispatch, https richmond.com. Limits of survival 1 September 2020. Though humans are adaptable and able to survive a wide range of conditions and circumstances, there is still a limit to human survival. Many of the boundaries within which a typical human can survive have been fully established, while others are just speculative because people rarely, if ever, test them. Experiment, whether intentional or accidental, have helped scientists understand what the human body is capable to surviving. But even with some established limits, there have also been some extraordinary exceptions to rules. Here's a closer look into the limits of survival. Coldest temperature. The coldest temperature humans can survive comes down to our core temperature rather than the temperature outside. The human body is designed to displace heat rather than retain it. When the body loses heat faster than it can make it, the core temperature starts to reduce. The average body temperature is 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit at an internal temperature of 95 degrees. Humans can experience hypothermia, shivering and pale skin at 86 degrees. They become unconscious, and at 77 degrees cardiac arrest can occur. Most people cannot survive if their core temperature drops to 75 degrees. However, the length of time each person could sustain. This varies depending on how adapted they are to the cold. A mysterious latent form of hibernation could also set in, which has been known to save people from freezing. If the temperature outside reaches minus 40 degrees, most humans would die within 10 minutes of exposure, since water can pull heat from the body more rapidly than air. A person would last barely 30 minutes in 40-degree water. There is a doom, humans among a living being, reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube, reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. There is a doom, humans among a living being, reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube, reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. This technique is different from the beginning of life. It was algae in water, roots that drive evolution. It was algae in water, roots that drive evolution. This technique is different from the beginning of life. It was algae in water, roots that drive evolution. It was algae in water, roots that drive evolution. There is a doom, humans among a living being, reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube, reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. There is a doom, humans among a living being, reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube, reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. The structure of the root, after all, advanced fallopian tube. That is why the water system emotionally went to another planet. That is why the water system emotionally went to another planet. The structure of the root, after all, advanced fallopian tube. That is why the water step emotionally went to another planet. That is why the water step emotionally went to another planet. There is a doom, humans being among a living being, reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube, reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. There is a doom, humans among a living being, reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube, reproduction driven pregnancy, fertilization of the egg in the fallopian tube. It is like a disaster that we humans are among so many living beings. Just like water has microscopic water, which we think of as smoke or clouds, Is the microscopic organism a sperm or ovum of human beings or living beings? Is a sperm considered a living organism? Guide to sperm motility and male fertility. Legacy that really depends on your definition of alive. Sperm cells have some characteristics of living organisms. They metabolize sugars to produce energy. They grow, mature, and they move on their own. Excel, Wikipedia, https in wikipedia.organization, wiki, Excel. The Excel or ovum, pill, ova, is the female reproductive cell or gamete. In most anisogamous organisms that reproduce sexually with a large female gamete and a smaller male one. The term is used when the female gamete is not capable of movement, not motile. If the male gamete sperm is capable of movement, the type of sexual reproduction is also classified as oogamous. A non-motile female gamete formed in the oogamnium of some algae, fungi, oomycetes or bryophytes is an oosphere. When fertilized, the oosphere becomes the oospore. Clarification needed: when egg and sperm fuse during fertilization, a diploid cell, the zygote, is formed which rapidly grows into a new organism history. While the non-mammalian animal egg was appears the doctrine ex ovo omnivum. Every living animal come from an egg associated with William Harvey 1578 to 1657 was a rejection of spontaneous generation and preformationism as well as a bold assumption that mammals also reproduce via eggs. Carl Ernst von Baer discovered the mammalian ovum in 1827. The fusion of spermatozoa with ova of a starfish was observed by Oscar Hartwig in 1876. This creation structure of male and female ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as oval. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. This creation structure of male and female ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. What kind of a structure is this? Where both male and female are the creators. Where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union, there is no evolution. Where hydrogen is alone, it is universe. Where hydrogen annihilated into helium. What kind of structure is it? Where both male and female are the creators. Where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no pollution. Where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no evolution. Where hydrogen is alone in this universe. Where hydrogen annihilates into helium. Where hydrogen is alone in this universe. Where hydrogen annihilates into helium. This creation, a structure of male and female, ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. This creation, a structure of male and female, ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. To some extent, sperm may behave like a microorganism. But can a sperm create offspring from a spore? It is not possible or not. A sperm can become a living organism only after fertilization. This means that a sperm cannot become a microorganism because without fertilization, a sperm cannot create another sperm. Like hydrogen transforms into helium, and then again can a sperm form another sperm or something else from a spore? Sperm cells cannot divide and have a limited lifespan. But after fusion with egg cells during fertilization, a new organism being developing, starting as a totipotent zygote. Sporogenesis. Wikipedia, https n.wikipedia.organization, wiki. Sporogenesis in Oomycetes. The zygote forms through the fertilization of an egg cell with a sperm nucleus and enters a resting stage as a diploid. Thick-walled oospore. Sporogenesis is the production of spores in biology. The term is also used to refer to the process of reproduction via spores. Reproductive spores were found to be formed in eukaryotic organisms such as plants, algae and fungi during their normal reproductive life cycle. Dormant spores are formed, for example, by certain fungi and algae, primarily in response to unfavorable growing conditions. Most eukaryotic spores are haploid and form through cell division, though some types are diploid. Sordicaryons and form through cell fusion. We can also say this type of reproduction as single pollination. So then, what are microbes and can microbes evolve into even more microbes? The evolutionary process is ongoing in microorganisms, as it is in all life forms, and depends on genetic variation. Microorganisms have several ways to generate far more dramatic and rapid genetic variation than plants and animals, including genome reduction and horizontal gene transfer. How microbes grow, science in the news, Harvard University, https seedn.hms.harvard.edu/how microbes grow. What are microbes and can microbes evolve into even more microbes? From seedn.hms.harvard.edu 20 July 2020 by Molly Surgeon, figures by Molly Surgeon and Nicholas Lewis. Microbes, also known as microorganisms, are everywhere on surface we touch, in the air we breathe, and even inside us, as suggested by the name. All microbes are too small to be seen without a microscope. Beyond size, microbes are incredibly diverse. Microbes include bacteria, fungi and protists. To be able to live harmoniously with all of these microbes, we implement numerous practices to control their growth. On one hand, there are many harmful microbes we try to avoid. Consider the pathogenic bacteria, Listeria monocytogenes and Salmonella enterica that cause foodborne illness. We use refrigeration to slow the growth of microbes like this and keep food safe to eat. On the other hand, some microbes perform useful functions and we intentionally cultivate them. For example, bakers use warm temperatures to promote the growth of the yeast, Saccharomyces cerevisiae, to make bread dough rise. Some microbes can be both harmful or beneficial in different conditions. For instance, Escherichia coli can cause gastrointestinal illness when ingested, but can produce life-saving synthetic insulin in an industrial setting. Understanding the fascinating growth of microbes helps us develop practices to maintain balanced interactions with these microorganisms. Well, whatever kind of life it may be, whether it is a microorganism or we humans, there is no restriction on the formation of other life in any life. But we humans consider it necessary to know which life is coming next, because we mostly want boys. To some extent we also want girls, but we hate important people. That is why doctors, nurses and midwives teach a lesson by not giving information about the fetus. In the words of Dr. Nurse Midwife, the fetus should not be recognized. Female and male images are also necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. Female and male images are also necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. In the words of Dr. Nurse Midwife, the fetus should not be recognized. Female and male images are also necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. Female and male images are also necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. Creation is a boon of nature. Only then we humans are a crop in evolution. This is the unique structure of the universe. So tomorrow's demonstration is occurring. This is the unique structure of the universe. So tomorrow's demonstration is occurring. Creation is a boon of nature. Only then we humans are a crop in evolution. This is the unique structure of the universe. So tomorrow's demonstration is occurring. This is the unique structure of the universe. So tomorrow's demonstration is occurring. In the words of Dr. Nurse Midwife, the fetus should not be recognized. Female and male images are also necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. Female and male images are also necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. In the words of Dr. Nurse Midwife, the fetus should not be recognized. Female and male images are also necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. Female and male images are also necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. No one less than here. Be it woman or men important. Everyone is ahead in understanding tomorrow. Someone comes but thinks why it is useless. Everyone is ahead in understanding tomorrow. Someone comes but thinks why it is useless. No one less than here. Be it human or human important. Everyone is ahead in understanding tomorrow. Someone comes but thinks why it is useless. Everyone is ahead in understanding tomorrow. Someone comes but thinks why it is useless. In the words of Dr. Nurse Medioy, the fetus should not be recognized. Female and male lunatics are also necessary. The chromosome should not be harmed. Female and male lunatics are also necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. In the ones of Dr. Nurse Medioy, the fetus should not be recognized. Female and male lunatics are also necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. Female and male lunatics are also necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. Only male and female are capable of physical union and sexual intercourse, whereas due to their sexual intercourse, the female receives sperm along with the egg. But there neither the eunuch male nor the female is capable of sexual intercourse, while the egg contains XX chromosomes. How will the YY chromosomes get fertilized and form an embryo? What are YY chromosomes? WebMD, https www.webmd.com, A to Z guide. What are YY chromosomes? 27 May 2023. The 23rd pair of chromosomes are known as the sex chromosome because they decide if you will be born male or female. Although genetics are hereditary, a phenomenon in genetic alterations occurs when male babies receive an extra Y chromosome in each of their cells, resulting in an XYY combination. The syndrome is commonly known as Jacob's syndrome, Superman syndrome, XYY karyotype, XYY syndrome, YY syndrome, and 46XY by 47XYY mosaicism. The genetic alteration occurs in 1 out of 1,000 male babies and can be traced back 100,000 years to one male ancestor. What causes YY chromosomes to occur? The usual number of chromosomes inside every cell of your body is 46 total chromosomes or 23 pairs. You inherit half of your chromosomes from your biological mother and the other half from your biological father. The first 22 pairs of chromosomes are called autosomes. The 23rd pair of chromosomes are known as the sex chromosomes because they decide if you will be born male or female. Females have two X chromosomes while males have one X and one Y chromosome. The Superman syndrome occurs when males receive an extra Y chromosome at conception, creating an XYY combination. This results in a male baby born with the XYY syndrome, which is a random occurrence due to the sperm cell formation before conception occurs, known as non-disjunction. This is an error in the sperm cell division. The resulting child will have an extra Y chromosome in every cell of his body. However, it's not a hereditary trait. Fathers with XYY chromosomes do not pass on this syndrome to their sons. What are the physical characteristics of YY chromosomes? The physical characteristic in a person with an extra Y chromosome have broad variation. It's important to remember that not all boys born with XYY syndrome will demonstrate observable differences. How your physical body functions is a result of the instructions encoded in your genes. You have an inherently unique genetic makeup that creates your genotype. Your genotype combines with environmental factors to determine your physical body structure and function, known as the phenotype. The entire embodiment of a full set of chromosomes result in your karyotype. In the words of Dr. Nurse Midwife, the fetus should not be recognized. Female and male lineages are also necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. Female and male lineages are also necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. In the words of Dr. Nurse Midwife, the fetus should not be recognized. Female and male lineages are also necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. Female and male lineages are also necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. Creation is a boon of nature. Only then humans are a crop in evolution. This is the unique structure of the universe. So tomorrow's demonstration is a garden. This is the unique structure of the universe. So tomorrow's demonstration is a garden. Creation is a boon of nature. Only then humans are a crop in evolution. This is the unique structure of the universe. So tomorrow's demonstration is a garden. This is the unique structure of the universe. So tomorrow's demonstration is a garden. In the words of Dr. Nurse Midwife, the fetus should not be recognized. Female and male lineages are also necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. Female and male energies are always unnecessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. In the words of Dr. Nurse Medioa, the fetus should not be recognized. Female and male energies are always unnecessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. Female and male energies are always unnecessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. No one less than here. Be it human or remain important. Everyone is ahead in understanding tomorrow. Someone comes but thinks why it is useless. Everyone is ahead in understanding tomorrow. Someone comes but thinks why it is useless. No one less than here. Be it human or remain important. Everyone is ahead in understanding tomorrow. Someone comes but thinks why it is useless. Everyone is ahead in understanding tomorrow. Someone comes but thinks why it is useless. In the words of Dr. Nurse Medioa, the fetus should not be recognized. Female and male energies are also necessary. The chromosome should not be harmed. Female and male energies are always necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. In the ones of Dr. Nurse Medioa, the fetus should not be recognized. Female and male energies are always necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. Female and male energies are always necessary. That chromosome should not be harmed. When a baby is formed as an embryo in the mother's womb, then for a few weeks the organs of the embryo appear like the mother's in the form of a girl. Then later the embryo develops its real organ. After how many days in the mother's womb does the embryo develop into its real organ of a boy, girl or something else? The heart begins to pump fluid through blood vessels by day 20, and the first red blood cells appear the next day. Blood vessels continue 10 to develop in the embryo and placenta. Almost all organs are completely formed by about 10 weeks after fertilization, which equals 12 weeks of pregnancy. Male sex, if it were not for the male hormone testosterone, all babies would develop female sex organs. At around week 7, male genitalia began to develop when the Y chromosome signals for the start of testosterone production. At about week 9, a baby boy's genitals begin the process of becoming male. 9 July 2021. When do your baby's sex organs develop in the womb? Babycenter.com, https www.babycenter.com. Pregnancy, your baby, after how many days in the mother's womb does the embryo develop into its real organs of a boy, girl or something else? From www.babycenter.com. 6 July 2022. Your baby's sex organ development. Your baby's sex is set at conception by the sex chromosome received from the sperm, X for girl or Y for boy. But it takes a while for the actual body parts to develop. The internal sex organs, the testes in boys and the uterus and ovaries in girls, look the same until 9 weeks of pregnancy. The external sex organs, the point penis in boys, the clitoris and labia majora in girls, don't start to differ from each other until about 11 weeks. The internal sex organs, the tests in boys and the uterus and ovaries in girls, look the same until 9 weeks of pregnancy. The external sex organs, the penis in boys, the clitoris and labia majora in girls, don't start to differ from each other until about 11 weeks, and even then it takes several more weeks to be able to easily see the difference between boys and girls on an ultrasound. The external genitals start out as several small bulges that form between your baby's legs at 4 to 5 weeks of pregnancy. Around the same time, the internal sex organs are formed from a ridge of tissue on each side of your baby's abdomen. These ridges also give rise to the kidneys, which filter waste from the blood and produce urine. Male sex organ development. A boy stays, the glands that make and store sperm begin to develop after 6 to 7 weeks gestation. At 10 weeks, the bud between his legs has elongated to form his penis. It continues to grow in length throughout pregnancy to about 3.5 centimeters at birth. The scrotum, which will later house the testes, forms from bulges located on either side on the developing penis, and at 12 weeks, baby's prostate appears. By 20 weeks, the development of the male external genitals is complete. The testes will begin their descent into the scrotum, but they would not reach their final position until late in pregnancy at about 25 to 35 weeks. For some boys, this does not happen until after birth. Premature and low birth weight infants are more likely to have undescended testes. Female sex organ development. At 8 weeks of pregnancy, external female and male genitalia are still identical. After this time the fleshy coverings in the genital area either form the labia major or the scrotum and penis. A girl's ovarian follicles begin to form around 12 weeks. By 13 weeks, her ovaries are fully developed inside her body. Also at 13 weeks, the genital part between a baby girl's legs has become the clitoris. At 20 weeks, her reproductive system has fully developed. Amazingly, her ovaries already contain a lifetime supply of 6 to 7 million eggs. This creation structure of male and female ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. This creation structure of male and female ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. What kind of structure is this? Where both male and female are the creators, where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no evolution, where hydrogen is alone in this universe, where hydrogen annihilates into helium. What kind of structure is this? Where both male and female are the creators, where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no pollution, where one cannot create the story of a bird. Without union there is no evolution, where hydrogen is alone in this universe, where hydrogen annihilates into helium, where hydrogen is alone in this universe, where hydrogen annihilates into helium. This creation, a structure of male and female ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. This creation, a structure of male and female ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Ovum in the fallopian tube of a woman, and there must be the sperm of the man as well. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Without the fallopian tube, pregnancy not happen. Without the fallopian tube, creation will not happen. Although doctors, nurse and midwives put their heart and soul into saving lives, doctors, nurse and midwives feel uncomfortable when lives are put at risk. That is why they do not say anything even though they know the stakes of the food. Fetus. If a child has to be aborted, then within how many days is abortion possible? The Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act does not permit abortions beyond 24 weeks, but this limit is obsolete as abortions can now safely be performed right up to full term. Senior Advocate Colin Gonzalez says to February 2024. Medication abortion up to 70 days of gestation ACOG https www.acog.organization clinical articles 2020 by 10 medication. The purpose of this document is to provide updated evidence based guidance on the provision of medication abortion up to 70 days or 10 weeks of gestation. How far along can you be to get an abortion? Planned Parenthood https www.plannedparenthood.organization blog. How far along? 14 March 2024. Updated March 2024. In 2022, the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, which means some states have banned abortion or created lots of restrictions, but abortion is not banned nationwide. Abortion is still legal in many states, and it's legal to go to a different state to get an abortion. Laws about abortion continue to change. You can find more information about laws in your state and how to get an abortion from your nearest Planned Parenthood Health Center or abortion finder.organization. How late you can get an abortion depends on the laws in your state and which abortion provider you go to. But in general, you can use abortion pills, also called medication abortion, up to 77 days, 11 weeks after the first day of your last period. You can get an in-clinic abortion until 24 weeks or later in some cases for medical reasons, but most abortions happen early in pregnancy, and it can be hard in some places to find an abortion provider who can do an in-clinic abortion after or around 12 weeks into pregnancy. There may be things that can delay your abortion too. If you are under 18 and live in a state with parental notification laws and need a judicial bypass can take an average 2 weeks, but can take even longer. If you live in a state where abortion is illegal, you may have to go to another state to get an abortion, and it can take time to arrange travel. And because some states have banned abortion, there may be longer wait time for an appointment in the state where abortion is still legal. So if you are pregnant and need an abortion, it's important to take action right away. You can contact your nearest Planned Parenthood Health Center or visit abortion finder or .organization to find an abortion provider and get information about the laws in your state and all of your options. They can also connect you with resources that may be able to help you arrange and pay for transportation, lodging, childcare and other costs if you have to travel to get an abortion. When you are looking for a place to get an abortion, beware of crisis pregnancy centers, CPCS. These are places that say they offer abortion or the other pregnancy services, but they are actually run by people who want to scare or pressure people out of getting an abortion. They don't provide abortion or give you accurate information about your pregnancy options, and most crisis pregnancy centers are not legitimate medical clinics, so they don't have to follow HIPAA and keep your information private. Like most nurses and doctors are legally required to do Planned Parenthood or abortion finder, that organization can help you find a trustworthy, healthy healthcare provider. Friends, life is a trust of the food cycle, but humans are a little more advanced. This does not mean arbitrariness. Our power over nature is not the right path. Any human life is priceless. Appreciating it definitely brings results. Friends, I have written a lot about chromosomes. Maybe my article can become tomorrow's lesson. Still you think about it. Till then, allow me to start the article on microbes.